Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today's episode, we are going to work on another book nook. And this time, this is going to be from the company Joinco. I believe I'm saying it right. And will be a magic book house. So kind of like the library one I did, but it's got some different aesthetic and pieces inside of it and everything. So, but it looked interesting. That's why I got it. So we'll see how it goes and everything, but I just want to show you all the pieces and boards. And I will say these actually look a little different compared to the other two that I've done. Just the boards themselves look different and how they're cut out and everything, but the colored pieces definitely pop a little bit better and everything. So I don't know, this is going to be a little different. But I like getting sets from or models from different companies just to see how they do things and how they put the pieces together and everything. So, but kind of the same thing as the other book nooks. Just pieces are laser cut and then colored, and then you just got to pop them out and put them together or glue them together and everything. But each company is a little different, on how they do it. And then the paper sheet. This is actually they actually cut grids in here to make them tear out a little easier, so you really don't have to cut them, but I probably still will cut. And this one is an actual sticker sheet. So for a lot of the book covers that we're going to be doing, they're actually stickers that you're going to put on. You don't actually have to glue them on. So this is something new that we'll see how that goes and everything. I mean, stickers easier to handle, but then if you mess up, it's not easier to handle. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'll give you a little sanding file and then a screwdriver and some pieces. And then this is the battery with the lights. And I think this is going to be a little different too. I'm not for sure. We'll see when we get there. I never really like working with the lights, but I don't know. We'll see. And then the instructions right here. They seem to be a little different. I think they're going to be a little harder to follow. I'm not for sure yet, but we'll get into it. Once we start going through the steps and everything, see easy, hard, or whatnot. And then I actually ran out of my favorite glue I like to use. It actually dried up on me and everything. So for this one, I'm going to try to use this clear tacky glue I got from Hobby Lobby. It may not set as fast as what my other one did, but it'll probably still work pretty good. So I'm just going to try it out and see how that goes. And if it works well, then I may stick with it, but we'll see what happens. But as always, if you like my videos, please like, share, subscribe, leave comments, and I'll get back to you. And with that, we'll get started. Hi everyone, welcome back. So we're getting ready to start on our book nook. And looking through the instructions, it looks like it's wanting you to put all the books together and some of the paper books and some of the other paper stuff. Kind of just get them out of the way, and that way you don't have to worry about them, once you get to those steps and everything. So with this, all these wooden squares are all your books is what's going to go into, which is, I don't know why they labeled in this. I'm guessing it's just because of the size, because you got these that say trumpet book, and then there's 20 of these 16, and then there's these 4 right here, and then the tuba books, there's 40 of these. And I'm guessing since a trumpet is smaller than a tuba, that's why they labeled it as that, to tell you these are the smaller books and these are the bigger books. So I don't know. It's just funny. So we'll be taking all of these out, and then we'll be using all of the stickers to put on top of them to surround them. So I don't know if there's exactly enough. And then on the stickers, it says large size book down here for those, and then small size book over here for all these right here. And then for your folding folding books, like I said, they got little dotted lines going down for you to easily pop them out. But when you turn them over, the lines go every which way and everything. So just to alleviate any of the pages getting ripped this way, I would probably still go ahead and cut it out, just so you don't accidentally, as you're trying to tear it out of the paper, it actually cuts in to the dotted line going up into the book, because these are the ones that you're going to fold back and forth to get that little accordion style fold to them and everything. So I would probably still cut them out just to ensure that doesn't happen. But I'm sure the lines is there to help you fold it, just so you don't have that bigger crease into it and everything. And as you notice, each one has a number on the bottom of it down here. And in the book, it says paste books according to the corresponding number to the cover. So when you fold these, and when you get your stickers, you'll see that there's some sticker covers with numbers next to them. So these numbers correlate with the numbers of your folding book. So that's what you do. So you got two number ones. So those will go with both of these folding book pieces. So it don't matter which one, but those will go with these because they're a little bit smaller. But that's how you, when it says that, that's what it's talking about. It took me a little bit to figure that out. But so the numbers of your folding books align with the numbers that are on these sticker covers right here. So, but what I'll do is I'll probably work through, punch all these out, sand them, and then I'll probably do a few, and then I'll come back on and I'll go through showing you what the stickers look like, putting them on, a couple on the small ones, a couple on the big ones, and then do a couple of the folding book ones as well, because I just don't want to show it all, doing every single one of them, because that just took way too long to do and everything. So, but I'll come back when I get to that point. Hi everyone, welcome back. So we're starting our Magic Bookhouse Book Nook, and it looks like the first thing that they want you to do in the instructions is actually put all the books together and everything, just so you get them out of the way and you don't have to worry about them later and all that other stuff, along with a couple other little things to get done. So I've already done majority of it. Just get them done and not have to film it, because it did take a little bit of time to go through, and pretty much had to cut out or punch out all the wooden squares that said tuba on them or whatever, the bigger books, and then you had the trumpet ones for the smaller books and everything. And then also cut out the folded paper, and I actually cut along the dotted line just to make it smooth and everything, because if you can see, when you actually just tear it, it leaves that little jagged line and everything, which I don't like. I like to actually to be smooth and everything, but it's your preference on how you want to tear the jagged dotted lines out and everything. But I'd already done some of those as well, put the covers on those and everything. So wasn't too bad, but I left a couple out just so we can, show you exactly how I did what I did and everything. So, and of course, got our sticker sheet, and you got the one that says large size books for all the bigger squares. And then over here, you had small size books for all the small squares. And then you also had 4 small ones that had little tabs on the bottom of them right here. And those count towards your small size books. But then I noticed on the bottom of the sticker sheet, it says small size books for these 4 spots here. But those actually ended up being the large books, not the small ones. So it was just kind of to look for that. I don't know if that was just a misprint or what, but so that's just what you do. And then of course these numbers here are for the folded pieces of paper. the numbers go with the numbers on each of those. So we'll go over that when we get to it. Okay, so we'll start with our large size books, and you just take the sticker off. And most of them, as you see, have, you know, like a good front cover and a back cover. So you always want to make sure that you're putting it on correctly to make it look like a regular book. You know, have like the front cover on the left. So the way it shows you to do it is to like kind of line it up with the spine and then wrap it around it. But it's hard to see the spine unless you have this paper in front of a light and everything. And then when you fold the edges around, it kind of doesn't line up. I tried that a couple times. I just didn't like it as well. So what I did for these is I just kind of hold it down, and then I just take the edge and I line it up with the edge of the paper, of the sticker. And I just leave a little bit of paper sticking out because it'll stick out just a little bit. The paper is just a little bit bigger than the wood piece. So as you see, I just left a little sliver of paper on the edge, and then I'll just fold it, you know, just make sure it's nice and tight, and then just fold it around. And there you go. So now as you can see, there's a little bit of white left over. So it's up to you whether you want to leave that there or you want to trim it to make sure both sides are flush with the wooden board. So that's totally up to you on how you want to do it. For me though, I'll probably trim the edges off, and since that one is on there, then the way I did it was I just use just a sharper knife, X-Acto knife, and then I'll just line it up right on the inside, and you just go straight down. Just cut off the excess, and then you can flip it over and do the same for the other side. And then that way, you know, the pages are flush with the book and you really don't even notice that you even trimmed it. So, but, so that's how I did for the bigger one. And then I just did a couple examples for each. Just making sure I got the front. And some of the wood pieces I think are different sizes, or the pages are different sizes, because sometimes the stickers will overlap just a little bit, or some of them will be just right on the edge of the wooden pieces. So you just have to see how it's going to fold over when you fold it or put it on. See, like that one, it went right to the edge, even though I left a little bit of white space there. So I'm just going to go ahead and just trim that off. And then we're good. And again, nobody's really going to see exactly, you know, how much paper's sticking out from top, bottom, or whatever. But so, I mean, they're not really going to notice it, because most of these books are going to be, you know, stacked on a shelf inside that you're never going to see. So, all right. So now we're working on these smaller ones. Exact same thing. And the sticker part isn't really, I mean, it sticks pretty well, but if you mess up, you can pull it back off and readjust it if you need to. It's actually not that sticky to where you're going to lose anything. But so I kind of like that part of it. See that one, it didn't even go all the way around either. So, but again, not worried about it. Just trim off the excess. But I do like the stickers instead of having to glue each paper around the cardboard piece or the wood piece. Just saves a little bit of time and hassle and everything. So I actually don't mind the sticker part and everything. So it does not bother me a bit. So I actually kind of like that part. See that one? I put it a little bit closer to the front. And just fold it over. See, now that one's sticking over an edge. So you're going to get hit and miss. So, but again, it's up to you if you want to trim it or just leave it. Like I said, I don't think nobody's really going to notice too much. I think that's why they purposely left it a little bigger and everything. So, okay. So now we are going to go to the accordion pages. So for these, actually, they had the dotted lines around the edge that you could just, fold the paper over and just tear the paper off. But I still cut along the line just so it wouldn't rip accidentally. But I do like that they had the dotted lines in between each page. It makes it a lot easier to fold, and you don't have a big old fold on the side to push it out too much. So I did like that. And then all of these had the little like brown piece on the end. So you want to keep that because that's what you're going to be sticking on the inside of your sheet. So, and the two of these that I left were number ones. So that's why I left the number ones on here. They're the smaller ones. So, but you do it the exact same way. Just make sure there's a front cover if need to be. You just fold it all together, and then you can either push it down or you can kind of hold it up and align it like so. Just make sure it's right on the edge. And then a lot of these folded papers, sometimes they're not going to be straight when you fold them. They may angle or be just a little off center. So the cover may not wrap around exactly like that. That's not even close, but here I'll show you. Just like taking it off. I didn't push too hard to keep it on there, but this comes off pretty well. But there's really nothing you can do to push it forward to get it to move any differently. So I'm just going to try to push a little bit more, but again, I'm not worried about it. I put that right on the edge of the paper the way it was, but like I said, nobody's really going to notice, but there you go. So you don't see the brown paper at all. It's on the inside that you stuck to the inside of the cover. So it's actually not too bad. Then we'll go to the next one. And you just gotta take your time with it and just make sure everything's lined up. And again, the sticker part's easy to come off if need be. Okay, yeah, like that. See, and this one's gonna be off, I can already tell, because it's angling back this way. So, but I'm not worried about it. Oh, see, I actually didn't. Must have been a little thicker. All right, so there you go. There's that one. Not too bad. I think most of these books are probably going to be laying flat, like that on a shelf or something. So you're probably not going to be able to see too much of any mistakes or whatever. So, okay, so that's all the book covers to get those situated. So now there were some envelopes that they had that have the dotted lines as well to help you fold them over. And I already did some of these that I folded on the back. Now these, you actually have to use a little bit of glue. And, like I said, I was using my clear tacky glue since I ran out of my other one. So, and in there it tells you exactly how to fold it, which order. So pretty much you want to do the sides first, the bottom, and then the top last. And you can either use some pliers or just use your fingers just to get the edges to fold on that dotted line. And I usually don't try not to glue the sides because it's not going to hurt nothing if you don't, because you're going to be gluing the bottom and this top piece. So here I just go ahead and just fold the pieces just to get the folds going. And then what I will do is I'll just throw a little bit of glue in here. Not too much, because since it's paper and depending on your glue, it may not hold too well if you put a lot on it. So I'm just putting a little bit to hold it, and then pushing this down. And then once you get everything, then you just kind of press. And if any glue leaks out, then you can just kind of wipe it with your finger. And if you want some clamps, you know, you can always use, you know, some of these clamps to put on it to hold everything together until it dries and everything. So, but that's it though. It's a little bit sticking out, but it's not too bad. So there's the envelope, and then that was the only one really I left. But at least we get the both books. You should have, to get 40 big books, you should have 20 small books, and then it should be like 7 of the folding books. So, and they'll be used throughout the steps, not just one specific step, but at least they're done and you won't have to worry about it anymore. So, just to get started on the small pieces and everything. So, but with that, I mean, that's it for that step. So we'll continue on and see what we got. Okay, so we're on our next step, working on our walls, putting on some frames and some pieces, and it looks like some of the decorative parts, the color, they've already kind of put on there that you don't have to put on, but one of the steps calls for some of the stickers to actually be placed on certain spots throughout, and so I went ahead and did that. Tried to match up the pictures as best as I could with on the instruction guide to put them in the right spots and everything going through. So I went ahead and did that, and then I went ahead and just poked out each of the little pieces that are going to go over each of the frames or pictures or everything. So that way I can just kind of work on each one as we go along and not have to really wait. Not really wait for anything to dry or whatever, just kind of get through it all in this one step and all that. So, and then each wall's numbered. Get the letter down here on the bottom of each one, so you kind of know which one you're working with and everything. And it looks like for this, they get like a little outline of like a furniture piece or a frame or whatever that you're going to be putting around the picture, which is kind of cool and everything. So we'll see how it kind of works out. Working with this letter I, so we got 3 pieces here that we're going to be pasting on around the windows and the picture frames right here. So just going to put some down here. I'm not going to use too much. Just going to just put enough to keep it in place. And as long as you line it up with the template of the actual picture that they have there, then you should be fine. As long as you don't see any like the dark brown piece showing or anything like that. So got a little bit of glue kind of poking out, but I think that will work. Again, not for sure how long this glue is gonna take to dry or anything, so I'll test it in some spots and just see kind of how it works. Everything. We'll see how it dries. It should dry clear. And of course, if you got like a toothpick or something, you can always go through and kind of clean up the edges. so not too much glue shows, just in case if it doesn't, you know, dry clear or anything like that. So, but I doubt anybody's going to see anything. So, okay, so we'll get this last piece done. Try not to use as much glue. Use a little bit. And if you need like pliers or something to put these on, then that's what you can use as well. Just kind of push it down real good. And just kind of wipe the excess a little bit. Okay. Okay, so there's I done for that one. I think there's nothing else for that. Okay, so now we're going to go to JI. And this one's got a few pieces to it. So this one's going to go there. This one's going to go up here. This one's going to go here. And then this is going to go over the window right there. So should be interesting. And it looks like there's like an armoire here, but I guess maybe later on we're going to be putting that piece on later on in the steps. So we'll just have to wait and see, because I know later on it talked about another piece being installed on one of these walls later on, and it could be maybe once you get the floor installed or the different levels installed on it, then that way it won't get in the way or anything. So, okay. So this one, this company is not doing, some things I like, some things I don't like. Some of the pieces are a little, I won't say hard to get out, but it's definitely a little bit stressful because it just seems like you're going to break something when you're trying to push them out of your boards and everything that they have slotted for. So that's good. Okay. So I would just still kind of just be careful pushing them out or popping them out, however you're going to do it, because there's still a chance that something could break, and you definitely do not want that to happen. Okay. Now, the window. Just going down the sides here and just putting a little bit. I'm not putting a lot. Not putting a lot. And you definitely don't want to try to move it around too much, because then the glue starts pushing it around. So you want to line it up as best you can the first time. Just kind of push it down. And just slowly move it if you need to. I think that is good. And I'm messing with it when I shouldn't be, but. Okay. All right. So we got J1 done. So now we're going over to K, and this one had a lot of frames. So let's see. Okay, so that one's there. Let's see, this one is. That one is there. This one's up here. That one is there. This one is there, and this one is there. Start at the top. Kind of hard to tell with all the sticker pictures we had to put on and everything, but seem like they do a good job with separating it all to ensure it's going on correctly. Just making sure that's level, make sure it's in the frame or in the template. Okay. Getting this. Again, I'm not using too much glue, it's just enough to hold it together. Doesn't go anywhere. I'll try to put too much on this one. Glue's going to pop out on this one. It's just a small frame. Okay. Next. Okay. Just make sure the picture's in there good. Make sure it's level. Finally, last one. Okay. So I think we finally got that one done. So we get all these 3 doors, and then the one kind of last step, they wanted you to pop this A4 piece out, and then we're just gonna throw this one on top of it here. Since it was right at the end of the step, I was just like, we'll just go ahead and get it done. That way it's get all these pieces glued on. Not have to worry about it later. So okay. Just make sure it's straight. Okay. So there we go. So there's walls I, J1, and K, and a small little A4 divider wall or something. So you're just getting your stickers on of different pieces and pictures and whatever for each one, and then just getting some frames and just some coverings on in certain spots and everything. So and get those on, let those dry, and then we'll get on to the next step and see what we got. All right, everyone, so we are back, and it looks like we are working on building some type of shelf. But I've got all the pieces out, so we're going to try to get all this together as much as we can together. Even with the glue drying and everything. So it looks like it's dries pretty quick, so it's not too bad. So got it all kind of lined up in the order of the steps, left to right and everything. So we shall see what we can do here. So okay. So that's going to go into here. Just see it. It's still a little tight, but I always still like to throw some glue in there just in case. Just in case. Just a little bit of glue there in the opening. Make sure everything's facing forward. You put it in. Make sure it's straight. Okay. Then I got our little teacup. Teacup is going to go here. And our cup is going to go right next to it. So again, just throwing some in here. Making sure that's straight, or as straight as can be. And then we're just popping this down. And I'm just making sure it's, like I said, straight as. And I'm just kind of wiping underneath it. Okay. So they labeled this one as A. This is a completed shelf. So then I'm guessing we're going to be using it for something. So next is this, and it was record player. Okay, so that's it for that one. Say, Kindle, I'm recording. Just so you know. Okay, and then we got this, and pop this in here. Like a little vase or something. And just making sure it's there. Just wiping off the excess on the bottom. Okay. It's like we're just setting up each little shelf before we start putting it all together. Now this next one has this little the writing on the bottom. It says should paste on the opposite side, which means make sure you paste on the side that doesn't have the writing. And then what we're going to be doing is put in this on top of it, like so, to line it up and everything. So you just want to make sure it's level on both sides, especially on the curve, best you can. There we go. Okay. Like I said, this glue, I'm still getting kind of used to it, so it's not drying as quick as my other one, but still not too bad. And then we're gonna put a little glue in here. Put this down into it. Making sure where that's at. I'm just going to wipe off the excess here. Okay. So, again. Okay. Okay, got that one done. Okay, so now have this. And we're going to be putting this on top of it to give it a little frame. So, yep, okay. So, since I know all the corners and right in the middle, we're going to hit it. So, just going to put a little bit there. You know, we just wipe off the excess if you have any. Again, just make sure it's level on all the sides. And just put a little bit. Okay. There's that. And then I have our bottom piece, and then this piece. This doesn't have stain on either side, so it don't really matter which side you put on water or anything, but looks like this top one will go on top of here. So just pressing it down, get the glue off. Okay. Okay, so it looks like now we are going to be putting everything together, which I'm still just kind of seeing if it's going to dry in, but I think it might be okay. So we will test it out. Okay. So okay, so you want your stain side, it'll be on the left side when you're looking at it. So that will be up top. A and the B. Okay. So grab your one piece with your record player. This will go on the bottom here. So it's got little grooves inside of here that you just pop it in. So it just pushes in, so I don't think you really need to glue these shelves in. You just kind of push them, and they'll just pop right in. But you just got to make sure you're on the right level and not doing it in the wrong. There we go. So these you don't even have to glue in. I wouldn't. Okay, so there's that. So now we'll get these, and then we'll do the same for this. There we go. Okay. Okay. All right, so now what we're going to do is we have a top. And we're going to be putting, putting it down into here. So this, I might just throw a little bit of glue on. So you want, it looks like, yeah. So you want the stained side to be on the bottom, not so the top will be the unstained side. Just so you can see everything from underneath. Just gotta try to line up the holes here. Oh, everything went down. Seemed like it wasn't going as easy as what it was. Okay. So now you got that. Now you got this. And so this is going to pop in right here. Let's see. Just trying to see how this goes in here. So this is what I found. I don't know if it happens to yours or not, but so if you look, when you line these up, this piece is supposed to go in this groove right here, but it's not. It's not going in, and it's supposed to. So either the tab here wasn't cut back far enough, or this tab right here is too big. So you either have to cut this one bigger or cut some off of this. So I decided to cut some off of this, and all I used was just a little box cutter knife. You don't have to do anything special. But once I did that, then once it goes in, it actually fits better the way it's supposed to. So I'm just kind of showing you that now that I'm going to go ahead and cut this one off on the top just so I can get it in. So I don't know if that was in the production of it or whatever, but cutting this off is a lot easier than trying to cut a hole, to cut this hole even bigger. So I'll show you how I do it. Because this wood is real easy to cut as long as you have a very sharp knife. You just slowly push down. And just work your way down, just wiggle it, or just work your way down until you get to that horizontal line of the hole that's already cut there. Like so. And then once you do, then go this way with it and then kind of rock it. And then, there we go. And then, once you put these in, then they should fit a lot better. Seeing they go in now. So I don't know what happened with that, but so something definitely was off with it. So I'm just going to clean this up a little bit, and then I'll come back on. So yeah, so either these tabs were too big, or the holes for this was not big enough, because it definitely wasn't fitting right. So once you get it on here, like I said, it should just be smooth, and then that should pop right in once you get it in there. So I'm just going to throw some glue in, make sure it holds.
I want to get MDH. I want to get MDH.
Guys, I'm still recording. So get that in there. I'm just going to try to pop this in like that. Wipe the glue off. And then just try to make sure this is straight. And you're really not going to notice what you did, because all this is supposed to be super tight. Just wiping out the excess glue here. But okay. Okay. So there we go. So a little bit of adjustment, or try to little modification we had to do and everything. So sometimes you have to do that. Maybe the laser cutter just didn't cut it right or something. I don't know. But something wasn't looking right. So, and with most of these wood pieces, if you use a box cutter or little X-Acto knife or something, it's sharp enough to be able to trim it or whatever. So you don't really have to, cut too much off or anything like that. So, okay. So while that is drying, it's okay. So I got that pieces on. So now we are going to put this one on right here. So hit a bit of glue here, top and bottom. And this is going to go right in there. Okay. Make sure that's staying straight. Okay. Just working on the glue here, kind of hitting the sides with it. Yeah, you just want to make sure it's straight. And then we're going to put this down into here, just like that. Which should be fun. Not really, but we'll see. I know I'm going to break something. I always do. And look at that. I didn't break nothing. Imagine that. Of course, the night is still young. Okay, so that is down all the way. Just making sure it's level. Okay. Looks like it's good. Okay. There we go. So getting that part on. Okay, so now we're going to be putting, let's see, that piece. Okay, so now we're going to be putting these little trim pieces on up here. Looks like they're just going to be popped in right up here. They go in right there. So They'll probably hold, but it doesn't hurt to just throw in a little bit of glue. Just to hold it even better. And sometimes the glue will actually help it get pushed into its spot a little easier too. Okay, there we go. There we go, got that one pushed in, not too bad. And then we're gonna do this one here. There we go. Again, I'm always worried about them either gonna break something or tear something up, so. But there we go. I just gotta make sure everything's lined up before you put it in. It's not looking too bad there. And then, looks like we're getting another support over here. We're gonna put this in right here. Right into there. So, okay.
Wait a second. I still win.
Okay, just making sure it's all level. Make sure everything's lined up. Okay, got the piece on right here. Looks like it might be. There we go. Okay, I think it's good there. All right. Okay, so now looks like we're going to be putting this on top of here. There's your two tabs right here. They're going to go the two tab. You get your two tabs right here, and they're going to go into these tabs right here. So. Just gonna line it up. Glue. Okay, so we got that one in, and it's best to do while this is drying. That way you can kind of, move it if you need to or whatever. And the same for this one, because we're going to be putting this one in the exact same spot. So just put a little glue there. Just push it down. And then just do the glue. Okay. Got that on there. It's looking pretty good. And then we're gonna put this little trim piece. This is gonna go up underneath right here. So just gonna it's not too tight, so it should just go right in. There we go. And just wipe the glue, just make sure it's level. Okay, and then what it wants you to do is on your paper strips, it had two little pieces of trim that I wasn't for sure exactly what they go to, but they want you to put them on the front of the bottom pieces of your cabinet down here. And you just have to glue them on and just put them on there. So you just have to kind of trim it to take any excess or any white or whatever that you don't want on there to get it to fit. So you're just gonna have to measure and then get it to a line. So I'll just throw a little bit of glue in here. Oops. Okay. And then I'll probably get a toothpick or something just to spread it out. Just to smooth it, just so it doesn't bubble up or anything. And then just get it on there. And just let it dry. And this next one's going to be even harder. For one, you're going to have to curve it. So, you know, that's not going to sit well. Just trying to get it to dry and everything. So, we'll just have to see what we can do. Okay, so here, just have to do it here and then wrap it around right there. Which again, you can always kind of bend it a little to get it to the right shape and everything. That way you don't really have to hold it too much. It'll be kind of hardy in that shape. So just kind of curl it there a little bit. Okay. Just bend a little bit more here. Here we go. Yeah, so just like that. So okay. I get my toothpick. Just kind of spread that out and then put this down. And since we already have it curved, then it actually should stay a lot easier than if it was still straight and everything. But there you go. There's our first cabinet. There's probably going to be some more stuff be put on it, maybe some books or whatever. But have to wait and see. So just a little, modification we had to make for one of the shelves and everything. So, but not too bad though. So, but I'll probably try to do that. Just lay all the pieces out and just try to throw it all together. And it seems like the glue's holding pretty well. Just got to give it a couple extra seconds to hold together and all that. So, but with that, we'll see what we got on the next step. All right, guys. So we're back on our next steps, and it looks like we're going to be putting a piano together. So not too many pieces out. Got them all laid out for you, so we can get them all together. So first 3 steps. putting these together, and you have the all whiteboard here. You want to make sure that you can see like little Kyle. And you just want to make sure that you see like the little keys alternating in the front here. Let's see, does it matter? No. Let's see how this one is in the front. Okay. So I don't think it matters which way you put this one because the holes are equidistant from the top to the bottom. It just depends on how you'd like the keys to look, because one side the lines are off a little bit from the longer lines, and then one side it's perfectly there. And then this one, you get the black part that's going to be the back side. So you want this front side where it's a smaller distance from the holes is going to be your front, and it's going to go right like that. Actually, let me see. It's hanging off just a little bit. Yep. And that's hanging. Okay, so yeah, so there it's equidistant, so it doesn't really matter. The back part is going to hang off just a little bit, but just want to line the holes up. And then you're going to use this, making sure that the black is facing the front. And you're just going to push that in. And I'm not going to glue it down. It actually is holding it in pretty well, so I'm not really going to worry about gluing it. But you can if you want to. Oops. But so there's that piece right there. We're just going to set that aside for now. Now we're going to get the next two pieces, and it looks like yeah. I'm going to push this up in here. Again, I'm not really going to glue it. It's actually holding pretty well. So put those together, and then I'm just going to set that aside for now. We're going to get this back part of the accordion, or of the piano organ. I'm thinking that's what it is. And it looks like the stain side is going to be facing to your right. So just throw these in here. Again, not really going to glue. They're actually holding pretty well. Actually, I think I will. I think I'm going to glue. They just popped right out. Let's put a little bit of glue in the hole. Glue in there. Like I said, it don't take much, as long as there's some glue in there to hold the pieces in. Doesn't need a lot. And then you just need to make sure to just kind of wipe the excess off the back. This doesn't stick to anything, but you still want to kind of work kind of quickly, just in case you need to move these to attach it to something so it doesn't dry. And then you want to grab the piece that you just put together. And that goes into this hole right here. Okay, like so. Okay, and 18. And that's going to go go on the bottom, right like that. Push that all the way down, make sure it lines it up right. I'll wipe that off. Okay. Okay, so there's your piece right there. Got all those pieces on. So now we're going to place this piece on top of here. So just a little bit of glue, top and bottom. Hopefully this doesn't break or anything. Just snaps right on like so. Again, just wiping away the excess glue. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we're going to set this down for a second. Now, with our first piece that we put together, we're going to grab a side piece right here, and we're going to put this into there. Okay. Get that in there. And then 18 is going to go into here. I think I may try just to pop it in instead of sliding it in. Just try to pop it in like so. Yep, just like that. Okay, it's in all the way. Okay. And then 23 down here. It goes into the hole down here. Okay. So, and now we're gonna pretty much put all these pieces. Did I just do this wrong? Okay, no, I was right. Okay. So both stained pieces are going to be facing the same direction. So if you turn it around, you see it's the blank sides. You want those facing the left. So you want these facing the same. And you can tell in the instructions, if it has a circle pointing to a side, that's a blank circle, that means that's the blank side. And if you have a circle that has a star, that means the printed side. So what we're going to do is just let's just line everything up. And see if we can get it all to fit. Which I am not. There we go. Okay, that one's in. Let's see if I can get this done. Okay, that one's in. And that one's in. There we go. It's like you just kind of had to work one at a time. Get rid of all the glue. There we go. Okay. So Is it? Oh, no, not done yet. Okay, so now get our back piece and pretty much attach it like so onto that. And then we will be done. Okay. So you just get it and attach it. There. One there. And then attach that one and attach that one. And then if you need to push it in, just make sure it's smooth all the way around. Of course, just excess glue. Do all that. And there you go. There's your piano or organ that's going to be going inside. So not too shabby looking. So with that, we'll continue on to the next step. All right, guys. It looks like I just put out all the pieces for these next few steps. Looks like it's just different pieces of furniture that's going to be inserted into certain pieces of the walls and everything. Don't know where, but it looks like it's just having you build them all. That way they're ready to go whenever you need them. So we're going to start with these over here. And these have the stain on either side, so you really can't mess it up. So, and the same with the shelves, but they're just going to go 3 shelves right here, and then the other side going on the other way. So I'm just going to throw a little bit of glue. Just going to throw a little bit of glue in. And then before it dries, I'll just throw in the other side. Okay. And then just throw this in real quick. Just line each one up. And then just push it in. And there you go. And you just want to make sure it's at least straight. Nothing straight. There we go. Straight. It's good to go. Of course, again, just wipe off all the glue. And there you go. There's your first piece. Okay. Now, this next piece, you want to make sure the stain is facing the left. So it looks like we're going to be putting a little piece right into here. Pop that in there. Again, just wiping the glue off. And then I got this other piece. We're going to be popping into here. Just throwing some glue into there. There we go. Okay. Now, I want you to get the little piece that's got it to blank on both sides. And we're going to be putting it down here on the bottom. So I'm just going to just put some glue on either side. And it doesn't matter which way you put on it, because I have a feeling it's just like a base or bottom that you're going to it's going to get covered. So you just pop that one down and then pop that one down. Just make sure it's flush on the down and the sides. Okay. Make sure I get the right way here. Okay. Good to go. Just straighten it out. Okay, next is we're going to be putting this top piece onto here. So, a little bit of glue there, a little bit of glue there. This one's got very small connectors for the wood pieces, so you just have to be careful when you're pushing it down onto it. Not to push it too hard, because they may break. There we go. And of course with the stained side facing up. Now, with this laying down, we're going to be putting on kind of like the front trim. That's what it looks like. So here it's just going to go down into the spots here. So just put, whoops, a little bit there, and then just push this in, and then push that in. You may just have to raise this up just a little bit just so it goes right in underneath it. And again, wipe the glue. Okay, so should have something like that. And then this final piece, you want to make sure that the stars are lower to these double lines instead of up here, so that the stars are lower, but it probably really doesn't matter. But this one, you're just going to glue it right on top of the other piece right here. Really? Is it? Yeah. Even though one looks to be a little thicker than the other, but oh well. So we're just going to glue that on and just make sure that it's level all the way around. So we're just going to just throw a little bit of glue in certain places, not all the way around, because it'll hold no matter how much glue you put on it. So you don't have to go all the way around it. So I'm just gonna throw that right there. Just make sure it's flush on both sides. Okay, and then you can always just lay it down and just make sure it's flush that way. It doesn't move around too much or anything. And so with that, there's your little cabinet piece and everything. So not too bad. Okay, so there's those two pieces. Okay, next, I'm not for sure what this is. I think it might be a footstool or something, but so this is printed on both sides, so really don't matter which way you go, but it's the same as the other one where we're just throwing some shells right here. And this is printed on both sides, so again, it doesn't matter. Just want to make sure that they're facing straight up. Just push them all the way in. And once you get them all the way in, there we go. And once you get them all the way in, then just glue the other side. And then you just want to make sure that the boots are facing the same direction before you pop them in. Oops. Okay. 1, 2, 3. There we go. There we go. Okay. A little delicate. There we go. Just trying to make sure they're level, straight. Okay. There's that piece. Okay, so now it looks like we're going to be putting on a little chandelier or something. So I think this just, I thought it was going to pop on down, but it does not. So just going to put a little glue right there, and then this should hold it when it goes on down. Okay. And then, while this is drying, while that is drying, then you get these two pieces and glue these together. I'm just doing little pieces here. And you just want to make sure that it's perfect 90 degrees. You know, it's not angled too bad or anything. So, okay. Now with that on there, now you want to get your lamp, and you want to just pop it in to the hole. It doesn't really, I think it's only going to go in a couple of different ways. So, but again, you just want to make sure you don't push it down at a weird angle for it to break or anything like that. So you just want to make sure that it is level with how you have it on there. And since you don't really have nothing for this to, just like that, nothing for this to set on, if you have something for it to lean against, then, you know, that also will help as well. Keep it level, because I don't think any of these are tall enough. Nope. Okay, so the box. Nope. Okay, I'm just going to let you lean up against that. Okay. And just so it doesn't fall off. Okay. So our next little table that we're going to be doing, we got these 4 legs, and there's 2 different sets. One with tabs on the bottom, and one with just the legs. One with just the legs at the bottom. And you're going to be alternating them. I don't think it really matters which way goes where, just as long as you alternate. So, no, and it's stained on either side, so it doesn't really matter. So I'm going to do blue. Okay. And then you want to make sure that the legs are facing out. Yep. So you get the leg, and then you got the tab leg, and then just the regular leg. Of course, you just want to make sure they're straight. popped right in. Yep. And the tab, or just a regular leg. Yep, that just popped right in too. Weird. Yeah, okay, that one just popped right in too. Okay. I'm just making sure these are level. I'll just have to sit on the top. Okay. All right, so the next part is kind of the same thing. You got this piece going down into here. Yep. Again, putting some glue down. Okay. And then with that there, you're going to put this table on top of it. Show. Okay. There we go. Again, you always just fold it down and push it down until it's flush. And you got you another little table. It's not straight. Okay. What's that? Huh. Yeah, looks like two legs are a little taller than the other one, but it looks like these are going to be put into something as well. So those are going to be just sticking around for a little bit. But then also on your table is going to be a little vase of flowers. So, and it's printed on both sides, so it don't really matter how it goes in. As long as it goes in. And that's straight. All right, so you got your little table here. I'm just going to kind of lean it. Okay, so the last thing we are going to be doing is putting this chair together. And this looks like some other chairs that we've kind of put together. Just putting the seat on. Looks like putting the seat on here at the bottom. And then putting the back on. The seat on. There we go. Like that. And then these right here goes on the back. Just like that. And these are printed on both sides, so it's fine to, don't matter which way you put them on, but push those in and work on one at a time. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. There's your chair. All right. So there's all your little pieces, little furniture pieces. It's like we're getting all the little everything together and then eventually throwing them on each of the walls whenever it's ready to put it all together. So, but we'll see what we got next. All right, guys. So we got our next steps out. Looks like we're going to be building a little bookcase or something. So we're going to start with this one little shelf right here, and then we're actually going to grab those small books that had the little tabs on the bottom. Pretty much going to use all 4 of those, and we're going to be inserting them in on each of the shelves here. You want to make sure the covers are facing this way. And again, you probably don't have to put glue down, but it doesn't hurt. Does not hurt. Okay, so we got that one done. And then you get the next shelf. Repeat the process. Just make sure the books are straight. Okay. Okay, so that's pretty much how it looks. With the 2 books on there, like I said, you just want to make sure they're straight and all the way down. Just looking at that one. Yep. Right. Okay, so now we're going to get our side pieces, and it looks like the stain, they're both going to be facing to the right. So you got stain and blank. So you make sure the stain piece is facing to the right. And then you're just going to get your book pieces and then just insert them in there. So I'm just going to put a little bit of glue here. That in. Oops. Hard to get a hold of it here. And just work it until it gets in there. Like so. Okay, so now we're going to do the other side. And again, make sure it's on the right and then insert it over here. So just gonna line each one up. And just rock each one in place. Just push it in till it is centered. Okay. There you go. That's the top part of the bookcase. Now, okay, so now we're going to be working on the bottom here. I don't think it matters which way. I'd say looks like it's got little handles, have them curling up. Doesn't really have a picture showing, so yeah, we'll just try it that way. And I'm just going to keep this down here. And then let's see. Yeah, it don't matter. Okay. I was just saying that there was a little difference between the two. You may want to push it up underneath the shelf to get it to pop in, because it looks like it's not going to fit any other way. There we go. Get my finger. Okay. There we go. Just kind of raise the shelf up a little bit. And then this should pop right in. Just make sure it's flush. Okay. Oops. There we go. Okay. Now we're going to be putting the top on. So we're going to be putting it on like this. Okay. Again, you just want to make sure the stain side is up, and you just want to be careful pushing this down to ensure that the edges don't break off or anything. And then just squeeze it in. Okay. So we got those on there. Okay. And then we have this little front piece. Yep. You're just gonna glue it to the front above the little drawer front right here. You're just gonna glue it right in the opening. Let's see here. Yeah. So you're just going to glue it to these two fronts right here, because this isn't. Just looking at something. put that on backwards? I sure did. I sure did. Okay, so I believe I had the books on backwards because it doesn't really say which way they're supposed to be facing when you put them on the shelf. But you want to make sure your shelves, that they don't go all the way to the front of the case. You want to have a little space from the front of the edge here and your shelf. So that way this will fit inside of it. So that way as you're looking through here, you can see the front of the books. But this should be laying flat against all three spots right here when you go to glue it. So those are the only three spots really that you need to glue it to. So I screwed this up all kinds of ways. I mean, you can glue the sides if you want, but as long as you on the sides here and then hit that, then that should be good. And just press it. Okay, there we go. Okay, so the main thing is when you put your shelves in, make sure they're facing the right direction. Make sure the shelves are level with the back right here. Make sure your books are facing the front. This went on actually pretty easy. The top went on pretty easy. Make sure it's facing the right direction. And again, when you put this front part on, it should lay right inside and touch these three shelves or these three parts right here. So it's flush with this front part right here. So yeah, I screwed that up and had the shelves reversed and the books going the wrong way. So I wasn't paying attention. So when you turn it on the back, you should see the back of your books because I think we're going to be putting more books inside of it later on. But we'll see though. But so there's your bookcase for now. All right, everyone. So it looks like we are working on some stairs going somewhere. So I'm not for sure exactly where, but I think these are kind of the final pieces before we actually start putting things onto walls and everything. So, but we'll see what happens. Okay, so we're working. Most of these stair pieces are stained on both sides. So, but you want to make sure that the notch is facing to the left because I almost made that mistake. And then you got your floor here, which wobbles, flexes, and everything. And you want to make sure that the long piece right here is facing out. And then also make sure that the end with the two notches as the last piece is on your right, and the notches with an extra little piece on the end is to the left. And then you want to just go ahead and start working your way down each of the holes. If you can get them all lined up, make it a little easier. There we go. Get them all in the holes. I'm not gluing these because it looks like they're actually gonna go in pretty good. Here we go. Okay. Just make sure it's flush. Okay. Oh. I'll jog that one. Just gotta be careful if you got fingernails. Okay. Just make sure it's flush. Okay. That's what it should look like. Right there. Okay, now we're going to take these little side pieces and with the post sticking up, we're going to put these in right here. Again, not using glue, just pushing them in, making sure they're flush. And then get the next one, just making sure the post is sticking up on your right. Just follow the line the way it's going. Okay. Okay, that one's going pretty good. Okay. Now, have this piece right here. Make sure the notch is over here on your right. And it looks like it's just going to be inserted into the side right here. Is it below it? No? Okay. Okay. Just looks like it's sticking up a little bit. Or sticking out a little bit. Figured it would have a little notch there or something to make it more level. Or maybe sand this down a little bit right here. Because it's sticking up, as you can see right here. You see a little bit of gap right there. Just making sure everything is the way it's supposed to. It's just sticking out a little bit. So I think what I am going to do right there, I'm going to pull this back out. Yeah, and I'm going to sand this down just a little bit. Make it kind of level. I could trim it with the knife, but I don't want to take that much off. I mean, might anyway if I need to, but just want to make sure I don't. Okay. So I am going to use my knife, and I'm just going to kind of trim off a little, just a little edge here. Okay, there we go. So I sanded that down a little bit, and I think that looks a little better. There's not as much of a gap, so just trimmed it a little bit there, a little groove right where that's going to be at. You're really not going to notice it too much. I think it's going to fit a little better. Okay. So think I may actually put a little bit of glue on this one. Just because it's, maybe put just a tad here. Just to keep it in place, just in case. Okay. Okay, so now with this is gonna go. Oh, I should put that on first. This is gonna go right here. And then this down right here. So you have a little railing right there in the corner. It's another way. I'm not gluing that. I don't think it's going anywhere. Plus with that glued in there, I don't think it's gonna budge. Okay. Okay, so now the fun part. So now we can be gluing all these steps in. Looks like they go like right here, all the way across. Actually, I don't think I'm gonna glue these. I think I'm just gonna try to put them in here. Since they're going to be on connected on either side, it's not like they're going to go anywhere. Okay, and then just taking the opposite side and just placing them all where they go. Oh, it's just a little high. Okay. Actually, I think they all got, not really. There we go. Okay. Just squeezing one at a time. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I definitely don't need any glue. I mean, the glue would probably help a little bit, but yeah, they're definitely not going to go anywhere. All right, and then these are going right underneath, right here, and they're going to latch on right here at the top. So here, I'm going to probably just add a little bit of glue. Just a little bit at the bottom. You want to And make sure you don't push too hard, and make sure you push them right on the right spot. There you go. It's on underneath. There you go. Little walkway, bridge, stairs going up and everything. So set those down for now. Okay, so now work on something a little easier. Just put these in here. Okay. Just line them up. Okay, a little teapot or coffee pot. Okay. And last thing. Got a little cat in a hat. So, that through, and then that. Just like so. So it looks like that. Right there. And wiping that off. Okay. So, yep. So that's the last little piece or whatever they want us to do. So from here on out, it looks like we're going to be actually putting stuff on walls and creating some levels and everything. So I think that's it for the furniture and individual pieces and stuff. So we'll see how the rest of this goes. All right, everyone. So I was working on getting things ready for this wall that we're going to be putting all of this stuff on. And a couple of pieces, this one right here and the big cabinet right here, they were wanting you to put some of the books on and everything. And it doesn't really tell you how many to put on. It kind of shows you the spots to put them. And, this one, there was, spots, here and here. And then here it was like in these 4 spots. And then a couple up in here, this area, maybe a little bit right here. And didn't really say, to use the large size books, small size books or whatever. Because the picture just doesn't say, but it shows that they kind of use a little bit of both. But then I was thinking of this piece that we did, that we put the 4 books that had the tabs on the bottom. And I was like, well, I want to make sure that I have enough books to fill this up. Because that's in a step later on that we're going to be working on. So, this step I can work with maybe not having as many books in, just like we've done before. Where this one, I wanted to make sure that all the books went all the way across. And since the tab books that we had to put in were the small books, I decided to go ahead and use all small books to go across, because I tried to use the bigger ones and they kind of fit, but they're right on the top part up here. Just that makes it a little tight. So I'm going to go ahead and fill this one now. And then that way when I'm done, then I know exactly how many books I have to fill on all the other ones. And you can put the books in, on these, you can put the books in now. before you put it on. That way you kind of know exactly how you want to place them and glue them together like we've done before. Or you can wait and put everything in and then put the books on and everything. So, but for now, I want to do this one first before I mess with this. That way I know exactly how many books I have, because these 3 pieces are the only ones that are going to have books. That's it. I don't believe there's any other places that they're going to go. So that's it. So I'd already done these right here, the top row already, but I was just wanting to show you how I went about putting these in. Because it's not too difficult, but you just want to make sure you're holding it at the right angle so the books don't slide off. And then what you're going to be doing is you're going to be gluing these books here that are already in. You're putting some glue in down right here, and then sliding the book on top of it, and then making sure that it doesn't go past this edge here, because this whole side is gonna go flat up against a wall, like this. So you want to make sure that none of the books are sticking out, because then it'll just mess them up or whatever. So, and it holds 5 books in between this one and this one that are tabbed in. So I got 5 books to fit in. So you're just going to put some glue here, and then we're going to just make sure that the front edge is facing this way and not the back. And then just slowly put them on there and just work our way down. So I'll just go ahead and show you that. And I don't use too much glue, just enough to hold the book in place. And again, just want to make sure that you have the back of the book facing up. And then you just put it on here, push it down, and then you just push it forward to where the edge of the book is either right on the edge or right inside of it. Because it's not going to hurt it either way if it goes too far that way, but I just like having it right on the edge, since that's what these other ones are, right on the edge. So, and as you go down, work your way down, then the book that you place your next one on, it may slide a little. But if you put enough glue, then it shouldn't really go anywhere. And you can always put glue on the bottom part of the wood of the bookcase. You can always put some glue down here if you want. It's totally up to you what you want to do. Just get the next one, just putting it on there, just making sure it's level, making sure it's down. And if they happen to fold down because you're just a little bit over on the book underneath, that's totally fine too. All you're doing is just trying to get all the books in. And you probably should wait till it, glue hardens a little bit more, but I'm impatient. I like to get it done. I don't like waiting too long. And this glue actually has been working out pretty good. So I haven't had too many issues with it so far. It's just, I think it's drying a little bit longer than my previous one. But other than that, though, I haven't had any issues with it whatsoever. So I think I may be sticking with this one for the long run till I find something better. Just putting this in. That's in there. And then this one, if it doesn't look like there's enough space, you can always move this one back and forth. I mean, I just put like a little bit of glue in there to hold it, but you probably really don't need any glue to put it in. But you can always move it back and forth just to give you more room and everything. And then we're just going to slide this one right in there. There we go. You just rub your finger on, you can kind of feel whether they're there or not. And then you just press it in to hold it. But there you go. And then once you get them all in, you can always press them from the top to make sure they're pushed down all the way. But not past the back. That one's just in just a little, but again, don't think it's going to hurt nothing. There we go. Yeah, it's not really going to hurt nothing because if you look on the front, you just see the front covers of all the books and everything, so you're not going to really notice too much of a difference on anything. But so I would just trying to fix that. Why is it? Okay. I would fill this one first, get all your books in, and if you want to use the large books, that's totally fine. You can do whatever you want or anything. I mean, you're probably not going to see it too much being in the cabinet here, whether they're filling all the way up or not, but you can kind of see through the back, with the smaller books and everything. But I would fill this one up first, and then once you get that done, then you have your leftover books to decide how you want to work putting them in the other cabinets and everything. So, which I'm still undecided right now, but I may go ahead and just throw them onto the wall for now, and then work on figuring out how I want to place them once I get them on there, because that way once the wall's on there, or I have all the furniture and stuff on the wall, then it may determine how I want to do certain things. So just get all the books out of the way. Alrighty. Okay, so we will go ahead and start putting on our cabinet. Okay, so first piece is our little decorative cabinet that had the trim on top and the little cabinet door on the bottom here with your 4 tabs on it. So this is going to go over the printed bookcase that is already on the wall. So you're just going to get that on there and just push it in. And I'm not going to use any glue. It's actually in there pretty tight. So I don't really think that's going to fall off. And most of the ones that we're going to be pushing in here, I'm probably not going to use I'm probably not going to use any glue. We'll see. Okay, and then another piece that I didn't do, but I went ahead and put it together, was this little shelf. It was just a flat piece and then just 2 ends to put in on the side. So I just went ahead and just put those together. So this one goes on the bottom here. Okay. All right. Now you're getting the one with the cat and the hat on it. So this is actually going to go above the shelf you just put in. It's going to go into there. Feels like it wasn't in all the way, but I guess it's in all the way. Yep, okay. So that is in, and then our one bookcase that we're going to be putting in. That's in all the way. And there'll be a floor that's eventually probably going to go right here, so double level. So that's how it should look like when your first piece is in. And you want to make sure that your curved bottom pieces on the one end are at the bottom and not the top. Okay, so now I'm going to get this. Make sure it's lined up. Did that go in? Okay. That went right in. Okay. Some of the wood might be a little warped. I'm just noticing down here at this bottom one, it's just sticking out just a little bit from the wall. So you may have to glue the wall right here. You see how it's sticking out? You may have to put some glue in here and then clamp it to make sure it stays. Okay. Okay. We'll just have to see what goes on the bottom down here. You may not notice it, but we'll see. Okay, and then you're getting your little side table with your lamp on it, and that's going to go into here. So, okay. So now, from here is where we're going to be putting all the books in and everything, which I'll try to figure out, and then I'll come back and kind of show you what I did. Alright guys, so I got the pieces out for our next steps, but I just wanted to show you what I did with the books. So that's the layout that I chose. I glued these together and leaned this side kind of this way, and then here I had some straight up and then leaned a couple, put a single here, and then some straight kind of leaned, and these I laid flat and kind of angled them out. If you can see, they're sticking out a little bit on top, and then just angled these this way, and then just straightened some, then angled them a different way. But you can do however you want. You don't have to put them exactly straight up or whatever. You can do whatever you want. But this is what was left over from putting all the books into this with the small ones, whatever. So, but that's where once you get these on, then you can just move the books around exactly how you want just to see what you have. But this is pretty much all the books that came with it. So, but that's what I chose to do with it and everything. So, I mean, I like it, but it's just your preference on how you want the books to look and everything. So, but you just, put a little bit of glue on the front book and then stick the other one next to it, and then just put some glue on the bottom and on the ends of where it's going to be leaning against something, and then just stick it in there and then position it and then just let it sit. And then these up here, the shelf is actually deeper for the book, so I actually had to stand this straight up so they wouldn't fall all the way to the back. And if you want these to be right up front, or if you want them all the way to the back, that's up to you. So, but just kind of leaned them but that's how you just kind of glue them together. It's just a little bit of glue on the one and stick the other one right to it. But no, I mean, I think it actually turned out pretty well. So, but that was pretty much it for this wall. Okay, so now we got our next pieces out. So we're going to be getting this piece, and this is another little curved piece that flexes just like our little stairwell. So just may want to flex it a little bit just to make sure it's working pretty good. And there's really not a, you kind of have to look at the pattern of what's on it to make sure it's facing the right way, because there's really, I mean, both ends look exactly the same. So you just want to watch that, and then just want to start with one and then just work your way around. Hope nothing breaks. Ah, dang it. There we go. Okay. I just line these up. Just push those in. Again, I'm not gluing it down just because these look like they're not gonna come out or anything. So, but you can if you want to. Just pushing them down. Okay. So now, on the bottom of the floor here, on the bottom part, that's where this is gonna go into, like so. It's gonna go into right here, underneath. So pretty much what you did on the bottom part, you gotta do on the top. Okay, I'm not seeing that. Where's it at? Oh, okay. Let's see if I get my finger out of the way. There we go. There we go. So it should push right there. Okay. Okay, so now I got a little railing that we're going to be putting on. Now, in the instructions it shows 4 tabs on the railing, but there's only 2 because there's only 2 holes. So we'll just push these in. And it's stained on either side, so I don't think it really matters too much. Let me look here. So yeah, so one side doesn't have a lot of trim. It's just blank, where this side you can see little trim, little lines and stuff etched in, so I want to make sure that's facing out. And then, same thing, you get the little end piece right here. Just push that down. Again, I'm not gluing it. And then you get your little steps that we put together before. Those are going right there. Okay. Now you are going to get your little bookcase right here. And this is going to go on these first lines right here. And that, I believe, is as far down as it's gonna go. Yep. So, okay. So there's part of your upper staircase with your railing, bookcase, and your steps. So we'll see what we're going to be adding to it next. Alright guys, so we got our next steps. Looks like we're going to be working on the staircase section and everything. So this first part is getting these pieces on top of here and attaching it to this. And you're not going to need any glue because it looks like you're going to use this to swivel back and forth. So the way it looks, you want to have the curved part to the left, and I'm going to actually just go ahead and just put it down here in the bottom first. And then pop this in here to hold it. And then put that in there, and then pop that in there like that. And then it's going to swivel back and forth somehow. I don't know. But so, but I definitely don't want to use any glue because it'll stick and it won't move around like it's supposed to. So if you want to use glue, you can, but it's in there pretty good. I don't think it's going to move. They're actually going to move too much or anything. So we'll just leave it as it is, and we'll set this aside for now. Okay, so now for the staircase, we're going to be putting this little frame on, and it kind of looks like they want you to put it as close to the bottom to make it flush, while also making sure it fits over the doorway and the cutout above the doorway. So I'm just gonna put a little bit of glue. A little bit of glue on the back, not too much. And then without trying to move it around too much, unless I drop it, just kind of line it up, make sure it's level with the bottom, and just kind of press it down. Okay. A little bit of inside here. Okay. So as we're waiting for that to dry, now we're going to work on our steps. And it looks like you have two different sections and they're different lengths or thicknesses, so you need to make sure you don't get them confused or anything. So the thicker boards are going to be the ones that are going horizontal, and then the thinner ones are going to be the thicker ones are going to be up and down. The thinner ones are going to be flat. Make it easy that way. So, and it looks like so for these, you got one side where you got more distance from the tab on one side than the other, and you want the bigger distance on the bottom. And you just, again, I'm not really using glue. And you just popping them in. Because it's not like you're going to be rubbing them up against anything or anything. Okay. Figured they would have maybe decorated the steps a little bit, but I guess not. And some of the steps are, or the holes aren't, you kind of have to mess with get them straight. Okay, so you got them lined up like that. So now, with your thinner ones, it's kind of the same. There's a little bit more distance on the tab for one or the other, so you want the bigger distance area to be facing forward. And then just, actually I may start at the top. Actually, probably been better to do like a top and a bottom at the same time, just so you wouldn't have to worry about. That's the way it's cut. Okay. It's interesting. The underside faces forward. Yeah. I think some of these aren't really cut perfectly, so they're gonna stick out a little bit. But once I get them all in here, I'm gonna kind of take a look and see if I can mess with it a little bit. See, that one kind of lined up, right? Yep, okay, that one. But again, this is just for, displays. Just depends on how it's going to look inside the. Okay. So now that's down, right? That one's okay. That one's okay. This one. Yeah, these top two are a little. These top two ones are got a little bit of space. Got a little bit of space to them, but if you wanted, you could probably glue them together if you really wanted to, but. Okay, so you're getting your A4 piece, and then putting this on the inside, and just gonna put it in place. Again, not really using any glue, just pushing it in as far as it'll go. Okay. Kendall. Okay, and then with our other one, with hopefully this is glued in, so I'm going to try not to push it. Try to push this down. Do one at a time here. Okay. Oh, man. I really want to push on that. Okay. And yep. Try to push this up without pushing on the door frame. Here we go. There we go. Push it up here to make sure it's good. But yeah, no, it looks like it's all in there. So yeah, it looks like it's gonna be like a little secret entrance. So the stairs is just gonna line up against the side here. So if you want, you could always throw some glue on the corners here and just kind of push that together if you want. Just depends on where these tabs are going to go in. You don't want to glue it down and then end up being where this isn't wide enough to fit into the hole or whatever you're going to. So, but again, you're probably not even going to notice wherever it's going. So I think it's going to be in like on the behind the box or something. But yeah, it looks like this is like a little secret door or something. It's gonna, you can open up or whatever. Hi everyone, welcome back. Okay, so finished our floor with our bookcase, everything, got our stairs done, our little hidden door slides pretty good, and I glued the bottom. This part right here, I actually glued the edge right here just to make sure that this was right up against the edge, so the door, when it closes, it's as close as it'll go and everything. So I wasn't really worried about gluing the top. I mean, you're just worried about the bottom. So, but it actually turned out pretty well. So now what we're wanting to do is we have this bottom piece that we're going to be gluing to the underside of the floor. And even on the underneath, it says pasted along the edge right here, but there's a couple holes here, here, and here, these 3 holes that are the same on this piece that you just kind of have to line up, and once you do, then everything else should be perfect. So, and of course with the bookcase and the steps, it's kind of hard to have it lay it flat. So you're gonna have to find something to use. So what I used the box that everything came in, and I'm using my stairs because the bookcase and the stairs is kind of and the railing is kind of what gets in the way for it to tip over. So I'm using my stairs as a kind of a support as well. And if you do that, then it's perfect. Well, I wouldn't say perfectly straight, but at least it's staying where you can work with it. And then once you put this on, I would go ahead and just line up the holes, and then just work on the edges at that point to see how close or far off you are, because if these holes don't line up, then whatever's going to go in those holes isn't gonna fit. So, oops, because it looks like this hole and the one underneath isn't the same size, but I think these are. And I'm hoping as long as you're close, then it should be fine. Because you can't go past anything here because you got these little notches. A wall is going to go up against this, so you definitely want this side to be flat and everything. So I don't know, we'll see. So I'm just going to throw some glue, and you got the little trim pieces right here, so you're not going to go over that part at all. But I'm just going to put some glue on. All right, and then I'm just going to start kind of with the edge, just kind of see how the holes line up, and that looks good for me. I mean, most of it you're probably going to have to eyeball a little. Just to make sure everything's where it's supposed to be. And everything, so, and if you got glue that takes a little bit to set, then you can move the piece around and just make sure that this is sticking out just a little bit. So it's going to be kind of a hit and miss. Like I said, I'm not for sure on these holes if they're supposed to be perfect, but I don't think it's going to be perfect because this is just overhanging just a little bit. So I'm going to take a chance and just let it overhang a little bit. But you got to look at it from straight down, not from an angle. But then again, you just got to use your finger and push alongside of it, and if it's level, then it should be okay. Because over here it looks like it's off. Because I'm making sure it's level over here as well, even though it's probably going to be sticking straight out. You could probably go over a little bit on this side, but just not over here. So I'm going to overhang over here just a little bit. And then push that. Because you can't really lay this flat on the side because you got these tabs here to kind of block you. So just going to have to work with it. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it's just overhanging a little bit over here, but I mean, I don't want it too far over, and then whatever's going to go in the holes is not going to fit. So and if nothing else, whatever tabs are going in the holes, you can always sand them down a little to get them to fit a little bit better, or use the X-Acto knife and whittle them down a little bit like we'd done earlier. So what I was mentioning earlier, these pieces are thin enough and easy enough to work with to shape if we need to and everything. So but we'll see what happens. That's kind of the bad things with these models sometimes is you really don't see what's going to happen until after you do a step, and then you go to the next 3 or 4 steps later, and then you're like, oh, I wish I would have known this before I did that that first step. Then I could have done it a little differently for these 3 or 4 steps later on, and it would have worked a little bit better or whatever. But so we'll see how this goes. So I'm just going to let this dry since it's an under part piece that if I don't let it dry out completely, it's gonna just completely fall off and everything. So but we're going to be actually hooking the stairs is actually going to be what's going in a couple of these holes, I believe. So I'll wait for that to dry a little bit, and then we will continue on. All right, everyone. So we got our next steps done, or we got our next step stuff out. So got this set in, dried, and I did notice, I talked about it before. This is flush here, but the holes don't match up just by a hair. That could potentially cause some issues, and I did just dry fit this in here to see if it would fit, and it didn't. So I just took my X-Acto knife and just trimmed a hair off of this tab right here to get it to fit, and now it fits perfect. Putting it up in there. just like that. And that's the way it's going to go, and I'm just going to go ahead and glue it in. But you just don't want to you don't want to cut off too much of it, because then it's going to be in there way too loose and everything, and cause some other issues later. So you just want to make sure that you don't cut too much off of that. Oh, I could have put some glue there too. I didn't. Just put some here to. Have it. Yep. Okay. And now, since that is there, then I'm going to sit it down so the weight will kind of help glue it in place and everything. So, okay, so next is we're actually going to mess with the wires. One of the light wires is actually going to go in there. So it doesn't tell you this, but when you get these wires in, they're actually together. Like you're supposed to keep them together to go into the same spot. But these are the only two lights that you get with your model. So, but look at the instructions, it only shows one light going through. And then when I looked at in the front for the inventory of all the pieces, it showed this piece as being two of them. So to me, that meant you were supposed to tear these apart to make two separate and not keep them together. So, and I kind of looked ahead to see if there was going to be another spot that a second light was going to go into, and it looks like there was. So that's why I went ahead and just tore them apart, because again, these are your only two lights that you're going to be using, and I just don't see it going into the exact same spot in the model. You know, I think there's probably going to be one at the top and maybe one at the bottom or in the front or something. Don't know. But so I went ahead and tore them apart. So we'll see what happens. and plus the holes that you fit everything through, I don't see with both of these together. I don't see it fitting with both of these together. So I tore one of them apart. So I'm just going to use one, not both of them. And what it wanted you to do, which I know this isn't really set yet, but it wanted you to take the bottom end without the bulb, because the bulb actually won't fit into the piece, because they want the bulb, they want you to have the bulb underneath here. So you got to take the bottom part, run it up through here, and it looks like they want you to bend this so the bulb is right underneath it, but you want this to be flat. So, and then they want you to run it back down right here. And then this is like the back side of this piece, so you're probably not going to see any of this. So I don't want to lay this down because I know this isn't set yet. So, but you're going to just kind of hold it and then bend. You want it as close to the top as possible. You want to bend it, bend the wire, and then put it up underneath the little notch right here. And then if you want to glue it, you can go ahead and glue the rubber down to the wood just so it doesn't move or anything, or glue it inside the notch right here, and it shouldn't go anywhere. So I may go ahead and do that, and I mean, not really glue this right here. I may throw a little bit in there, but I'll probably go ahead and put some glue in right here, just so don't have any risk of it moving or anything. But that's how it should look, is, you know, that bent the light like right underneath. And if you want to push it up to where it's right, right there, that's fine. It's just however you want it. But just make sure the wire goes right behind the staircase. And we'll see exactly where this is going to go at that point. We get our next pieces out. And one of these is going to be facing up. One of these is going to be facing up. The other one's going to be facing down. And it tells you right here on the piece, this side faces downward. So this is going to be like the top piece and this will be the bottom piece. And then this is going to be your little accordion that we're going to be bending, which I always stress about these. Okay, so 15, yep. Okay, so that goes like this. And then I'll just do one at a time. Like one piece is a little bit bigger than the other, so just got to work it in to. There we go. Okay. I'm not too worried about these going in yet because since I got that whole big hole right in the middle, then I'm going to work it once I get over here. You just got to angle it just right to get it into the hole. There we go. You just got to be delicate with it because you want to make sure it doesn't break or anything. So, and you shouldn't have to use any glue. It's in there pretty tight. Okay, so now, your C16, you want to make sure the stain side is on the bottom where you're putting it on. And it should be a little easier putting it on because the piece is already angled, but you still may have to mess with it a little bit. If you want to do the inside part first and then, because the outside one's a little easier to manipulate. You just gotta, did I get it? Yep. Okay. Tell you, it stresses me out. I always feel like I'm gonna break something. That don't look right. Ah. Okay. Oh, goodness. Stress. Ever since I broke that one piece on the one clock, or the calendar. Always stressing. Okay. So there you go. So that's how it looks. That's how it looks. Okay. So now we are going to get this floor piece is what it looks like. And just make sure I got the right side. And you're going to put this down over here. Your two notches that came through is what you're going to use to put it in. And I would use glue because it's not really in there too well. So I would just throw a little bit of glue, or if nothing else, you can just throw some glue on the bottom of this. Yep, throw some glue on the bottom of this, and that way, you know, if you're not just using the tabs, you're using, you know, the actual base of it. It shouldn't be coming up at all. Yeah, it's not in there hardly at all. Okay. Just push that down. Okay. Now what we are going to do, now we're going to put some of the pieces that we put together before. I'm going to grab your organ. And this is going to go right here, looks like. Go down. So, I'm just going to put a little bit of glue on the back part here just to make sure it's good. Just push it down and make sure it's even. Just make sure you push it down all the way. And just push it down on the back just to make sure it's staying in there pretty good. So we got that in place. Okay, so now we are getting our chair and our table with our little plant on it. So in the table, the chair, you want to use the two legs that are longer, and that's what's going to go into the holes. So put the holes in there. There we go. Okay. Okay, there we go. Get that one in. Not too bad. Okay. Then our table is the same. You got the two legs that are a little longer than the other ones. So those will go in right there. And again, and you really don't need to worry about gluing the other legs, because once you glue those in, then it's not going to go anywhere. Okay. Yep, so here you go, just to see what that looks like. Your seats and your table, piano, and this right here, little cabinet or whatever. So, okay, so now, whoops, what it looks like. We're going to be putting our battery compartment on. We got our couple screws and nuts to put it up in there. So this is going to be on, turn this around. Oh, not like that. Okay. Yep. So you just want to make sure the wires are bent down into the groove so they're not sitting on top, because this is going to go flat up onto underneath here. And then you're going to want to, guess, you just got to line up the holes. You got your 2 holes right here that you're going to be putting this in. So you just got to figure out which. Oh, they got a little diagram. I didn't even look underneath here. You got a little diagram here. It actually tells you like which way it's supposed to go and everything. So if you just line it up with that, and then put the screws in. Okay. Okay, first one in. Hardest part's just getting started. Okay, now with those there, have your fingers holding it. Okay, so pretty much this nut doesn't have a thread inside of it. That's why it will not go in. So for now, I'll go ahead and just at least do this one on, and I may at least just go ahead and put the screw back in, but I'll have to go and get another one, because this is one of the few models that doesn't give you any spare nuts or anything. So they just give you the exact amount. So I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go and find, go get another one from Lowe's or something. So until then, we'll press on. So you can use your screwdriver. You can use your little tool that you popped out. You can use it to hold it in place so it doesn't go anywhere. And then you can use your screwdriver to tighten it. Make sure it doesn't pop out of place or nothing. So, and then I'll just leave that screw in until I find another nut. Yeah, okay. Just looking as I'm doing it. So you got the one little notch right here, and you got a notch right here, and that's where these 2 notches right here go into. They'll go into there, and then that one will go into here. Hang on a second. Just kind of looking, because the stairwell covers this little hole right here where my thumb is, and that's where they want you to pass this light through here, but then it's going to be under that. So the light, push it behind the stairs, because there's nothing on top there. Just push it down into that. Doesn't really say to. It might, I don't know. I don't really see anything. And then just grab it from the bottom. And then just pull it all the way through. There you go. So you got your cable, goes on top of the stairs in the back. That way it's here. That way you can pass the cable through this hole here. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out as I go here. As well as I'm dropping it. That's why I'm glad it's everything's glued. Okay, now, there we go. So the cable's through there. And now you're trying to get everything into this little spot. So with that, okay. Oh, you gotta have like 3 hands on this. I just want to put some glue. Even though I know it's probably not gonna go anywhere, but again, I just don't want to take a chance or whatever, so. And you can always put some on the edge because you know it's going that way, so. Okay. So, that there, and just looking to see if it's in. Okay. It didn't. Nope. There we go. I think that popped out. Trying to figure out what's going on here. Oh, that's why. Okay, sorry if I'm out of focus or whatever. I'm just trying to. Because this popped out. Can't remember if I glued that or not, but. Okay. Trying to get everything down. Okay. Okay, some stuff may not be all the way to the floor or whatnot, but you just got to push it down as close as you can. I know it's hard to see and everything, but okay. And then also, I forgot here, they'd want you to glue these 2 pieces together as well, just to help hold it. So I'm gonna throw some glue. Right there, maybe a little bit in the front. I just can't get it because it's but that should be fine. And then you just gotta make sure it matches. At least the back part. This front's gonna stick out just a little bit. The top one is overhanging the bottom. Totally fine. You just want the back to be flush. Because again, that's what's gonna be pushed up against the wall and everything. That's gonna go behind it. So you just push it down. And then, all right, there you go. There we go. Okay, so you got this lined up. You want this lined up. Make sure this is flush as far down as you can go. Make sure the front is flush all the way down. Stuff like it doesn't want to go. I just push that outside. Oh, this one's a hard one. That just came apart. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I think everything's in now. Okay, light. Got your light cord down this way, so it's out of the way. It's in there. Okay. Oh, goodness. Whew. Okay. So from here, I'm going to leave it alone and just let it sit, let it dry, and nothing on the back, right? Okay. So the next step was I just went ahead and glued this long piece onto this edge right in here. Got that set. And now what we're going to do is put this in the way. Somebody else is in the way. Push this all the way in to make sure that gets set up. And we're going to I ain't going to push it in all the way right now. I'm going to throw some glue into it and then we'll push it in as I try to move somebody out of the way who wants some petting. No, not on that one. So we'll get this one in and then we'll see what we got next. You want to be on camera? Or you just want some petting? You want to be on camera? She always wants petting. Always gets in the way. Yes, you do. Okay, so now I'm gonna throw this in here. Try not to push on anything that'll break. And then you got a little notch up in here, which I just noticed. There's a little notch right there that this is gonna go into as well. So I'm gonna throw some glue up into that. Up in here. And that just fell off. Make sure that's in there. Let's see, somebody's in the way. Okay. Try this again. So I'm gonna get that up in there. There we go. First I didn't think it was gonna fit, but looks like it's going in there pretty good. So now looking for it. There it is. Toothpick to kind of get some of that off. Okay, so there we go. So you got this upper piece in here. It looks like it's kind of popping out a little bit, like the piece is almost too big, or not for sure exactly. So you just have to kind of keep an eye on that and see what it's going to do. So, okay. So we got that in place for now. So I'm trying to find a place to put everything because somebody's in the way. Yes. Okay, so now we are going to get one of our walls, wall K, right here. It's one with all the pictures and newspapers and stickers and stuff on it. And then we're going to put our wall and floor into, if I can. It looks like there's 4 pegs. Yep. So you got 4 pegs right here. There's 2, and then these 2 down here. And then you've got your peg here. There's 1 here, 1 here, 1 here. There's a butt right here in the way. So we're gonna insert it into those 4 pegs into the wall right there. Of course, making sure your cords are out of the way and everything. And I'm not using glue right now just to see how everything fits. It may not need it. And no, you're not playing with the string. No, not playing with that. Forgot she likes the wires to play with. There we go. You kind of have to kind of work on your top 2 first. Make sure those fit pretty good, and then just kind of work with your bottom ones to make sure they're in line. But I don't think you're really going to need any glue. But that's kind of how it looks with them on there and everything. So now you have a wall here. You can almost like glue the piano or the organ to the wall if you want to. Mine's kind of leaned forward a little bit, so I may throw some glue on there and try to make sure it doesn't go anywhere. Yes. we go. And it's definitely not holding it too well. That's sticking out the way it is, but you can always throw some glue on it right here if it's sticking out a little bit, or if you just want to leave it. It's all right. So we got our next pieces out. Got everything dry. Again, I kind of noticed, since this didn't go all the way down, this piece right here isn't really straight. I think this is high centered. This part is a little higher than the ends, and I kind of mess with it, and I don't know why it's not going down or staying, but it's working. So I'll just leave it as it is and everything. So, okay, so now I'm just putting a little box here on the end just so this stays flat. We are going to put the stairs in. And you got 3 tabs right here that are going to go into the sidewall. And then there's 2 tabs going down into the holes right here. So I'd probably recommend going into the wall first, because it's easier to kind of shift it once you push it into the hole. That way these will line up a little better. And again, I'm not really using glue because it's not going to go anywhere. So I'm going to do that. And then these kind of line up, I think. Oh, there we go. And just push down. And there we go. Actually fit pretty well. Thought I just broke something there with that sound. So, all right. So we got the stairs in. Okay, and now moving this back down. We have a little frame piece that's going to go over this picture, because I think even on the wall and on the step itself, right here, paste H11, but in the instructions it says don't put this here until step 81, which is putting these stairs in, because if you tried to have this on here first before you put this in, you wouldn't be able to do it because the frame itself would be in the way of putting it on. So with that, I'm going to, oops, that might have been too much. Just throw some glue on here. Try not to get it on the picture. And then just kind of push it down. And just flush it with the steps. Not really going to notice it too much, and just leave it there. You can kind of bend it in if you want, but it's not really going to get noticed too much. So I'm just kind of looking to see, kind of. So, okay. So we have that in. Okay, so now the fun part. So we are going to get our other wall eye with all of our books and everything, and we're going to place it on the other side here. And it looks like it's just the bottom, these bottom pegs. These bottom pegs down here are the only things that are going onto it. So I'm going to hold it up, kind of turn it sideways, see if you can see a little better. And kind of see where this lines up at. And it's probably going to go right on top of the bookcase. It's probably going to line up on the bookcase right up here. So Okay, something's not right. Hang on. Oh, sorry. So the 2 pegs on the bottom line with the holes right here. Not on the very bottom, but on the holes right here. Did not even see them. They were hidden. So yeah, you're just gonna have to line up the top, the little floor right here. I would line it on top of the bookshelf like that, and then align the bottom because it's not going to go in otherwise. And I'm too far over. That also doesn't help. And then there we go. And then once you get it lined in, then align the holes, and it slides together just like that. Wow, I'm actually surprised it went together. Okay, so there you go. You got the floor, floor that's right above the bookcase, and you've got your curved part here that's just on the side of it, and you got those 2 tabs on the bottom that lined up just perfectly down there. And again, I didn't use glue or anything, but if you wanted to, you could always, I guess, could have thrown some glue under the floor here, and that way when it went attached, it would have set it pretty good. Or on these stairs here, you could always, you know, glue there. But we're going to be connecting a back piece that's going to connect everything together, so that's why I'm not too worried about the glue right now. So, okay. So now, since we got these on, I'm just going to try to make sure it doesn't come off. A little landing right here. Got our 2 little pieces. You have a bigger one and a smaller one. They're going to go right on top of each other, create like a little level, little steps and everything. So, just going to apply some glue to the bottom. Don't have to be too much. It's not really going to go anywhere, but apply some glue to the bottom, and it's going to go right here. I'm just lifting it up so the glue doesn't really slide too much. And then just push it down. Just make sure it's flush. It's not sticking out because we're going to put that wall there. And then you grab this bit, the next piece, the smaller piece. Same, just throw some glue. And then put that right on top of it. Just like so, and just push it all the way in, make sure it's flush. And you are good to go. So it has like a little landing as you're stepping down. Not really going to see it too much because this is going to be the back part. But we'll see what happens. Okay. So now, I'm just looking to see what we got. Okay. Let me set this over here. Okay, so for this piece, that's going to go there. Okay. So for this piece, you want to grab your one little shelf that had the tea, like the tea coffee maker and the teapot, or coffee pot, or coffee cup and the coffee maker. And we're going to put this is on your wall, J1, and we're going to put that right into here. Just going to push it in, and I'm not going to use any glue. It's not going to, it's tight, it's not going to go anywhere. So, little coffee pot sitting right there. Okay. So, I think eventually we're going to put this over here, but we're going to move that aside for now. And now, for this, Actually, I'm gonna use a chandelier. It's gonna go on the underside, and you want to make sure that the non-picture side is facing the back, because this is what's gonna face the front. So, where's it at? There it is. Gonna push that up into there. Now with that, then we have a little like front section, like armoire, and you want to do the same thing where the back picture side is facing back this way, and then this is going to go, just making sure here, this is going to go right into the grooves right there, and then I'm guessing when you put this wall on, then it's going to be where it's facing like that, covering it. So I figured that since these whole legs are going into the holes here, that's why they don't want you to probably put it here first and try to slide it on, or if it just happens not to be in the right spot, then it's going to catch and not fit right or whatever. So, but if you want, you can always just, which I think I might do, is just I'm just going to put it in for now. I'm not going to glue it. I'm just going to put it in for now. And then once I put the back wall on, then see how it lines up, and then I'll probably go ahead and glue it on once I get it on and everything. So see if it's easier or harder to do it that way. But so that's kind of what it's looking like so far. You got your sides, you got your stairwell, you got some back pieces on for your stairs and everything. So next is going to be probably, it looks like some wiring we're going to mess with, and then eventually get this back piece on and then top and everything. So, but we'll see how it goes. So we got our next pieces out. Looks like we're going to be working on one of the connectors and working on the top piece, I think. Okay, main light chip. Okay, so I want you to get the main light chip, which is one of the pieces that the cable is going to go into. Not sure exactly what it's going to be used for. And hook the one cable that has the two connectors on it with no light. So you want to make sure that you get the two yellow squares facing you, sticking up. And when you're looking at the piece here, that the two prongs are on the bottom. So when you look at this, to make sure that the holes are on the bottom on this one, and then just should be able to just slide it right in until it's kind of just popped right in there. Okay. So now we're going to take this piece, we're going to flip it over, make sure it's the rough side, not the stained side. And then we're going to get these two pieces, and you got a long piece over here and a short piece. So you want to make sure the short piece is facing, kind of facing the back, away from this opening. Just kind of pop it in there if you can without breaking anything. Okay. Just gonna push it, make sure it's tight. I'll do the same over here. Just make sure the short piece is facing the back. Okay. So now okay, so now you're going to get your your battery part and face it down to where it's flat with the cable hanging coming out the back. And then you're going to get your two little other connector pieces and pretty much put on top of it to hold it in place. So I just want to make sure it's flush, and then just push it down until it won't go down anymore. Oops. I don't want to push too hard on it, but okay. Yep, okay. So then get to the next one. Okay, make sure that's in. Make sure it's flat. There we go. If you push it too hard in the middle, it's going to bow a little bit, so you just want to make sure it's board straight and everything. Okay, and then you want to run the cable this way. If it wants to stay together, and then kind of hook it in here, and then get your C2 connector, and push it down to hold the cable in place. And you don't have to really push it all the way down if you don't want to. It's really not going to go anywhere, but just make sure it's snug. But you just want to make sure to pull this tight to make sure the wires aren't sticking past the edge here or anything. I think that's pretty much what the purpose of this is. So, but you also don't want to pull it too tight to pull it off of this. So, okay. Now we're going to turn it around. We're going to get this piece right here and the little tabs sticking out. I'm going to put these right on that. And then going to get your top piece, and it's stained on both sides, so it don't really matter which way you go. And then with it facing like this, it's going to go in between these two pieces here, the two tabs. So just try to get one in, and then you can work on the other to kind of face it out. There we go. Okay. Okay. So it should kind of look like that. The crown, got the stain part and everything. And it kind of looks like they want you to go ahead and put it on the back. Or put it on your right here. So you want the wire sticking out the back. So just make sure you get the back part on. Go ahead and place these on. Just try to push down as best you can. And then do the same for this side. And you should have the wire sticking out like this. Always try to bend it to get it straight and everything. So, okay, so now they want you to run it the back part down here. Kind of do it this way so you can see. Run at the back part right here, and then keep it on the back part, or on the edge. And you get the one clip where the one tab is a little longer than the other. And then it won't fit that way. No, okay. So yep, okay. So kind of keep it to the edge, but then bring it out. Sorry, my fingers are in the way. But just lock it in right there. And then bring it back around here. And you can always, if you want, like glue the wire down, just so it doesn't come out on its own or anything, but it really shouldn't, as long as it's nice and tight and everything. And then put this in the corner and just keep it back here. Keep that taut. And then what they want you to do is, put this here for a second. They want you to glue this chair inside and kind of put it behind the desk. Set it into there. Yeah, just glue it down on the bottom since it's easier to reach from the back. Which kind of wish they would have done that earlier on, so it would already be dried. So if you want, you can probably do that on those earlier steps when you get both walls on and everything. That way you don't have to, you can be drying while you're working on the top piece and everything. And I'll probably set this up on its end just so it doesn't fall down. And if nothing else, you can always just like push this under in the bottom, and that way it'll kind of stay on the end and not be sticking out too much. But when you do that, now we got our J1, our back piece, and you can go ahead and just pop this right on. As long as you get the wires out of the way. And I'm just pushing it on, not using glue or anything. Just pushing it on. Again, make sure the wire's out of the way. There we go. Okay. There's the back piece. And just making sure that's, yep, there we go. And again, you can use glue if you want. It's on there, so I'm not gonna tilt this forward because I just put that chair in there, but you should have a bunch of wires hanging out the bottom and everything. And may try to keep these under the box so the cat don't get into it, but okay. So we got our second piece with the light bulb. So now we are getting our piece here, and it looks like kind of doing the same. I kind of lean back just because for you guys to kind of see what we're going to be doing. Kind of having this go, making sure I'm facing the right way direction. And then you pretty much want that light all the way down, or as close to the top as possible. And if you need to kind of bend the light or the wire around, then so be it, to get it to kind of curl back around, to go back down, because we are going to be putting this in right here. You know what? Yeah. I think I'm okay just laying it flat. I was going to kind of angle it to get it to work, but I think I'm good just laying it flat. Okay. So you're getting this piece in. The wire's facing forward, and just make sure that it's wrapped or curved all the way around to the little angle part. If I can get that in there. There we go. Okay. Okay, so now with that there, I'm trying to wrap this down because you want it inside, because eventually it's gonna get pushed down. Now what you want, you have your little light. Well, that doesn't make sense. Why would you have it facing the other way? Oh, it's because I have it there. Okay. So you want the wire behind your little light switch or lantern that you're going to be putting right here, just so you don't really see it too much. Again, just throw some glue on it, so just make sure it's sitting behind it. Put this in. Sorry, my fingers are in the way. Just make sure you push on here, not push on this, because this is probably going to break if you do. So, and again, you can always glue the wire to the wall if you need to. And then it looks like as the wire's coming down, the wire's just going to be on the inside of your little piece here in this little cubby. That's what it looks like anyway. So put that in. Yeah, just a little cubby, and it'll kind of hold it in place. Of course, just throw some glue on it. And then it looks like you just bring the line straight down, try to get it as straight as possible, and have it go to the little cubby right here. Because it's probably going to be another little trim or something that you're not going to see it or whatever, but again, you can always glue it to the side here just so it doesn't move. Okay, so now we are going to turn this upside down. I'm going to face it this way because that's the way the instructions kind of have all these wires. And you can kind of see there's colors of each wire of what's going what and where and all that stuff. So you pretty much just follow wherever the wires are coming in from, like this one coming in. Looks like you have it go down and then curl back up to here. And then you also have your one coming from the back. Just lay it down and curve it up. So you're going to get both of them, and then you're going to use the other little connectors to kind of lock them in place here. Kind of the cable going here, and then you get the wires from your battery box coming through, but I'm trying to push them down behind the battery. And also kind of pull it, make sure they're tight. They won't go anywhere. Like I said, just making sure the wires are real tight going around it. It's kind of on the side. And then kind of the same thing. I mean, don't really matter about the wires going which way or whatnot, but just want to make sure that they both are going in that one spot for the piece to hold them in place. So we got our next step out. Looks like we're going to be building the bottom, actually part of the book nook, along with where everything's going to plug into and all that. So, okay. So you got your little connectors here. Are those covers? Oh, I think these are little covers. Oh, okay, they are. I did not know those were covers. So, it's probably to protect the pins that were inside of it. Because you are going to have four connectors going in here. So, it looks like you're going to grab your one piece right here. And it's going to go in between these two right here, so it's going to go like right in here. But the way they want you to put it in, just make sure, yeah, the way they want you to put it in is to angle it. Angle it and then push it in like so, like that. Doesn't fit in too good, but it's there. I mean, it's loose, so I think it's just meant to hold it in place. And then the other one, it just slides right on and goes all the way over. So, and eventually we're going to be putting these on the bottom piece for everything to go on. So we'll wait and see what happens with that. Okay. So, got our piece here. Doesn't look like this, doesn't matter which way. Don't look like. So we have our little knob or whatever this is. Throw some glue on it. And we're almost done. I mean, there's really not too much left to be done. I have a feeling there's going to be some other stuff that they don't show you on what to put in on the inside and everything. So, but I just press that all the way down. Don't have to be straight or nothing. Okay, and then put that aside, and we're going to get this piece. Yeah, so here it's got little markings of where each piece goes, So if you want to put this on the top to put the railings on, then you can do that instead of having it be on the bottom. I don't really think it's going to matter. It's going to be on the bottom no matter what. But on mine, right here and right here, it wasn't cut out exactly perfect to connect with this right here. So there's a little bit of an indentation on both sides that I don't think it's going to affect it too much. There's really nothing that's going to go in here. I think it's going to be right above it, but it just took me a little bit more to get this off because this whatever cut this out didn't go all the way across. It kind of stopped and then it started again right below on both sides, so it didn't really connect it too well. So just kind of be on the lookout for that, but you really probably shouldn't need it and everything. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Because I don't. Yeah, because it doesn't specify for this. It doesn't specify one way or the other. Oh, well, I guess it has to go this way because that's the only way it can go. Okay, so yeah, you gotta go this way. All right, so now we got our J2. That's got the markings right here for J2 to go down, and it shouldn't matter which way. These are equidistant from each other to go in there. So I'm just gonna throw some glue on either side here instead of the hole. And you just have to be careful pushing down since there's a hole or a gap in the middle here. Because as you see, I'm pushing down and it's pushing that in there, but you just want to make sure it doesn't damage it or anything. So you may need to get some pliers and push these down because it may not go all the way down if you try to push just the top here. So we got that in, and now you're wanting your door. Flip it upside down and then put these into the little groove. It doesn't really say to wax it or anything. Slide's pretty simple, so but just kind of make sure it's right there, and then grab the other J2. And then make sure that you put this in first before you push it in the holes. And then just line it up. And then just get it started. And if you want to use your fingers here, because pliers really won't help you too much. And then there you go. And then I think we're going to be putting some other pieces on the other side here to kind of keep these, in place. So we'll see. Okay. Yep. Okay. So now you got your J3s that will go right on the outside. There's a little bit of a gap, so it'll won't really push the piece out, but it'll just keep it there. You can also kind of mess with that a little bit, and then just do the other side. And it don't matter which way you push them in. It's blank on both sides. So, okay, there we go. Get your gap in there. And that's to make this slide a little bit easier. And if you turn around, you got that there. So yeah, so those, since this didn't go all the way across, it doesn't hurt it. It's just a hold it there, just in case you need to get your finger underneath it. So, not too shabby. Okay. Okay. So now on this side, we're getting our little piece here, and it looks like you want to know where all the connections are, or you want on the inside, and then pushing that down into there. So from what it looks like, yeah. Okay, so make sure the connectors are on the inside, and then just line the pieces up and press it down. There we go. Okay, and then just press it down. Okay. This will slide a little bit, but it ain't gonna go anywhere because this is in between two, so it's not gonna come off or nothing. But just want to make sure that it's facing the inside. Okay, so okay, so we're gonna try to figure this out. Okay. Direction, top light wire, direction where the battery. Okay. Okay, so in the instructions it shows, whoops, according to this, the top one, these top two potentially could be the battery, the two battery. Okay, yep. So this top one's the battery holder. In the instructions it says like this is the main light, this is the device light, but I don't know what that means. So, but if you look on the bottom, it gives you the color for each one. So the purple was the battery box.
Is it flavored too? Yeah.
Well, they don't help either because there's two purples. There's a light purple and a dark purple. That don't help nothing. Where's that black? Let me see. Light purple. Yeah, they should have used another color besides two purples. Let me look at this. Okay. Well, at least they do it justice by saying the direction where the battery box wires go, which is a darker color, but they still should have used a different color. Okay. So you got to make sure you get the battery, and it's a thicker connector. So that is going to go, and also make sure that looks like the pins are on top. So you want to make sure this is on top. And push it in. Okay. Now, so this, you get this green, the direction where the right light wire go, the right. So pretty much the two on the left are going to go on the two on the left, and the two on the right are going to go on the two on the right. You just need to make sure that the top one is the battery box because it's the thicker, and the bottom one is the smaller one. And again, just making sure that where the pins are, make sure the holes are on the same direction. fingers won't fit in there, so I'm just using some pliers to kind of push it in. Okay. And then this is the purple one. Left light. So where's the red direction? Where the top light. Okay, so the red wire goes on top. And the pins are on top, so yep. So make sure the holes are on top. Making sure that didn't go. Oh, there we go. Oh, I just popped it right out. This might be easier to do without this actually connected. There we go. And then the last one is on the bottom. Yep. That's what I meant there. It's hard to do when you got small or big fingers. There we go. Okay. Okay, so we got all 4 connections there, and now I'm wanting to turn this over. Make sure this is facing the front. Yep, this is facing the front. And then pushing all the wires in, down and out of the way, and then just pushing this down. Which this one, no. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, it didn't. Oh. Okay, I gotta work on that. Hang on. Something's not fitting. There we go. Push. Okay. Like some of it didn't want to fit. Okay. Let's see what. It's almost like this does. Okay, whew, there we go. Okay. And then it says to go ahead and push it back down all the way. And then to touch this, I guess this is a touch sensor right here. It's hitting the wrong thing. So this is the touch sensor. So once you push this all the way down, like it is, going in between the spring, go ahead and close that. This is the touch sensor. I don't know why I was touching over here. Ah, look at that. Lights on, lights off, lights on, lights off. So there we go. So the lights work. So you should have the 3 lights. You got one over here, one all the way in the back, and then the one right here in the front. So not too bad. So we actually did something right. Okay. So now I think all that's left is putting on the front. You just got to remember where the oh, I didn't even touch it. Boy, it's sensitive. Just put it on this front. Okay. Again, not using glue or anything, just making sure it's So there we go. It's kind of sensitive. You got to push it, right? Okay, and then there's a couple other different things. And in here it says, like those open books that we did, the open books, and there's envelopes that we did, and I think there's like a broom and something else. Those that says you can place them wherever you want in here to do like your own little DIY stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Figure out where I put them, and then I will show you how I put those in, or I may just go ahead and just film putting them in, but I'm going to try to look and see exactly what I want to do first. Hi everyone, welcome back. So we finally finished our Magic Bookhouse book nook, and just like the other ones, pretty simple layouts, putting everything together, putting them onto the side of the walls that they go on, and then just putting everything together. The only really difference is the light source is a little different, which I'll go into here in a little bit. But overall, though, it was a fun build as always. A couple of different elements. This was a different company, Joinco, I think it's called. And the wood was a little different, and the instructions were definitely different. I wouldn't say harder to follow, but you just had to pay more attention a little bit to what you were doing and everything. So, but we'll start out. I'll just take you around, just kind of going on the outside of the book nook. You got the side, you got the back, which is, I mean, just decorative. You know, if you have it sitting on a bookcase and everything. Just a little quote that they have on the side, and the top you got a little, you know, little cutout there just to vent it and everything. And then going back to the front. So the light source, and we're going to get a visitor as always. So the light source for this is actually touch. If I can get it. There we go. So that was something new. They put a little touch sensor on the front here with the lights to turn it on and on, off and on, so you didn't hit a switch or anything like that. There's our visitor. So she's going to bug me here for a little bit. So, but I definitely like the touch sensor, just so you don't have to worry about messing with the switch, and just the cleanliness of how everything looks and all that. So before I kind of delve into, you know, kind of seeing inside and all that, so we had some books and a broom and a little wand that was left over, that the instructions said, oh, just do whatever you want with them, you know. So and this little rug here, that was a sticker that they didn't want you to put on until the very end, but if you kind of look, it goes underneath the table there, the little desk right there. So luckily I didn't glue that part down to get it underneath, or I probably wouldn't even put the rug down. And nothing says that you need the rug. If you can't get it to fit, then don't even bother messing with it or anything. But it would have been nice if they would have had you put the rug down earlier in the process, so you didn't have to worry about trying to fit it underneath that desk. Because if it was just regular paper and you just glued it down, it wouldn't have been no problem to slide it under. But a sticker is so much harder to try to get it under there, because of course it's going to stick to everything. So it took me a little bit to get the rug in, but I finally did it. If I wouldn't have done it, I just wouldn't have put it in there. So but I used the accordion books. That's pretty much what I had left, and I went ahead and just glued all the pages together and everything, just to close them up and everything, and set them on top of each other, and just glued. Hey, no, you can't play with this. And set them on top of each other. No, somebody wants to help. No, this is not for you. And then just kept one of the books open to sit on top of it. No, this isn't for you. And then what I also did was I just closed one of the books a little bit more. I just kind of glued the back part and then just left the front open just a little bit, just so it looks like it's partly closed and everything. And then looking more on the inside, there's the wand I glued to the desk, kind of the corner of the desk. And then there's the broom I put kind of leaning up against the wall there on the corner. And then on the desk also I threw some of the like envelopes or postcards onto it. And then you see the table all the way in the back. Back there I threw a little envelope onto it. And then up here on this top corner is where I threw the rest of the envelopes and postcards up here. And then also did the same thing with another book, the accordion book. I just kind of glued the back pages and just kind of left the front ones open a little bit. And then I just completely closed that Robin Hood book and then just kind of leaned it up against it and everything. So that's how I used all those extra parts that was left over. You can do whatever you want to finish it out and everything. So again, it's just whatever you want to do with it. So, but this is what I did with it. Okay, so now we're gonna kind of go through and just kind of look on the inside. There's all the bookcase, all the books that's in there. And then got the windows, more books up top. You got the walkway going across, and you got the armoire there in the back. And some stairs, and you got all those, I'm trying to get the focus here. The other little pictures and stickers that we put on the wall in the back. There we go. And the picture frames. Trying to get it in there. There we go. And the picture frames and everything along the wall. And then the little bookcase. Got the railing. And then there's a little shelf. And the organ. And then you get the little door. It's open right now, but you got the little door right here. That's open. It's like a little secret passage. If I can. There we go. Tilt it. Now you can see it's like a little, it's supposed to be like a little fake door or something that you can open and everything. So, but there you go. And like I said, it's just another version. I mean, most of the book nooks are all pretty much the same. How you put them together is just they look a little different on the inside, and the way you go about certain things to put them in is might be a little different depending on the company. This was the first one I've done from this company. It wasn't too bad. The instructions a little harder to follow, but again, you just got to pay attention. But I definitely like the light source because this came with 3 lights. There's one in the back, there's one under right there, and then there's one right here in the front behind this right here. But I definitely like the touch sensor that you can just turn it, if I can hit it. Yep, there you go. You turn it off with just a touch and then turn it on with a touch. So there you go. So I enjoyed it as always. It's a pretty good build, and and I hope that they get more coming out with different scenes and stuff. So I think I got a couple more I'm going to be working on, but and I hope you like the overhead view that I did. This was kind of the first time with the book nook that I used that. I was trying a different view to hopefully maybe make things a little easier so the camera and my hands wouldn't get in the way and everything. So hopefully that view worked for everyone, and I'll try to keep using it if it does. Always trying to do different things to just make sure you guys get to see the entire build process and everything. So but with that, I appreciate you watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and as always, please like, share, subscribe, leave comments, and I'll get back to you. And with that, we'll see you next episode.